Hey guys, morning, afternoon, whoever is watching us or whoever is not watching us or watching this in recording. We are back with the workshops we promised. And guys, can I ask you like for 3 minutes to just I'll just make the announcement or the schedule and then we can keep on talking for the rest of the day. We gonna not stick to the schedule that we promised. So it is under the YouTube video. So do have a look at it. It is pretty much the same apart from the timing and the order, which is basically changes the whole thing. So first is gonna speak Ales. Ales is gonna speak about the game of links, which is probably the most important workshop for the day, if you want to take part in the game of links. Second, after Ales is gonna come on Valery. He's gonna speak about cyber, the protocol, and the development of the protocol. Then we're gonna have a break. Then the third workshop is gonna be from Kirill about nodes and infrastructure. The fourth workshop is gonna be about SIB and maybe generally the development roadmap, like in general from Dima. And lastly is gonna be me about the ecosystem, but I'm not 100% sure if we're gonna stick to this, but we will try. So keep on watching. You can.
Now we will talk about the Game of Links rules. Thanks for Sergey. He has spotted more things yesterday, but I have to talk about here something now. So the Game of Links. Yeah. Why? What is that? What is that? This is incentivized the testnet of cyber network. Why we need to do that? We need to incentivize users, validators, developers, ecosystem builders to test our network for a great launch of the mainnet. The second one, we need to demonstrate how the search works, how the search field, and how we can use it. And finally, we need to distribute some tokens, a lot of tokens for users, for validators, because decentralization must be decentralized. That's it. That's it.
Yay! Decentralization.
Yeah. Okay. So how it will go? First of all, we need to launch LA5. We already did that. It was yesterday. So with the LA5 launch, the Game of Links has started, and actually we need to launch the faucets, but we didn't do that yesterday. I believe per 1 week we can do that. So this is the first major event. The second one is the proposal for the takeoff donation round approved. So the major event of the Game of Links, that's takeoff donation round. So someone from the community, probably someone from the Cyber Congress or someone else, who knows, just need to make a proposal for donation round start. And after this approve, we start the donation round. The nation round have two definitions of done. First of all, if 600,000 atoms will be donated, or if 90 days passed. So in the same time after one of two this event happens, we will distribute Ales tokens for all donors. And then start 21 day of someone like final round of Game of Links. It have a significant impact of the game because probably a little bit less than half of Genesis supply will be injected in the network, and I believe that will be hot. So, and then we need to get the LO5 snapshot and calculate the rewards for the players. So any question on this part? Yeah, I think.
What is this? What is this? Who are you? Who are you?
I believe
Why are you here?
probably someone from the YouTube.
No, is anybody actually watching, following the YouTube video, guys? Okay,
All right.
let me
Oh,
open
so
it. Just give
yeah.
me a second to open it, and I'll just make sure.
Yeah, just to explain, I have the slides just for structurize my talk, but it's should be kind of discussion. So if you have any questions, you can ask me wherever you want.
I will check. You can.
All right, all right.
I will keep.
So, all right, the main question: how to play in this game. First of all, you need to read the rules. The link for the rules. yeah, sure. Yeah. You need to know them. The link for rules will available at our blog, Game of Links, it's called. So use it. Really, read it. The second one, what you need to get the tool. Which tools you can get? You can get CLI for linking, for validating. You can go to cyber.page web application and link from them. You can use cybervirus. You can code something what you want according to our blockchain. So you need to define the tool for you. The third one, you need to get tokens for playing. It's not too hard because in a Genesis file, approximately 1 million addresses that already have tokens. So just to check your Ethereum address or Cosmos address, if you have an Orbit account, check it too. So you can play. Play in the game, and then profit. You get the distribution and the mainnet. So let's define some definitions. To avoid some confusion, we use the different names in naming in Ales 5 and Cyber mainnet networks. So in Ales 5, the blockchain liquid token called EOL, and the cyber network SIP or SIP. In Ales 5, the government token, this is ERC20, it's a goal. In cyber network, THC. Also, the main two things. In Ales 5, we'll run Test of Thrones against Game of Thrones in cyber. In Ales 5, the Test of Thrones, it's like application, like faucet application. You can use it for take some tokens. In Game of Thrones, you can really buy the government tokens. And the Test action and the cyber thrones. The test action should be work like the faucet in Ales 5 and like a big auction for almost 2 years in cyber network when you can buy THC tokens and get the SIP tokens. Okay, so what kind of disciplines should be in the Game of Links? I divide this for two sets of disciplines. This stack is depending on the nation round, and this set is independent. So yeah, let's start from this set. The relevance of links submitted. I believe that's the most difficult discipline in the game. So all users, no matter kind of validators or just Web3 agents, can link the content. So we want to get 1,000 top CIDs with higher rank and distribute them up to 15 tera SIPs in the mainnet. How it will be going? you're just linking. You're just linking, and follow your link on a API or on a game monitors. And if your link in the top, so that's a good chance to get the rewards. The math is very simple. We can get top 1,000 CIDs with higher rank and distribute by CIDs proportionally their rank. Then the most important fact, these CIDs is not the users. So we need to distribute some tokens directly to users. So how is going? Top 10 users ordering by time who linked with that CID will get the rewards by power law. The use cases for this game very different, really. So you can accumulate your stake and link wherever you want. So and according to your stake, your links will have high rank. But it's kind of difficult. So another case, you can link everything. You can use some crawler or parser and just DDoS the network with your links and try to get some rewards for that. Or you can find.
I have a small question. Do
Yeah.
you have this presentation in like a PDF format we can share to the Telegram group maybe?
Right now.
Why not? So people can
Or
follow
right now.
you.
Right now, I don't have it.
Okay, no problem. We'll just share it later then.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks.
Yeah. So another case, I think that's some kind of cheat. You can find some guy with a high volume, high stake, and look what he's linking and linking by them. So that's a case, but it's not too simple, you know. The bandwidth load of every participant. As you know, I believe you know, we have a resource credits model. So we want to get rewards for users who use bandwidth for linking. The model is pretty simple. We can just calculate the bandwidth what's spent on linking, and distribute the tokens. Proportionally they are spent. That's it. So the idea with the crawler, when you DDoS the network and linking for all time, you can spend a lot of bandwidth and get a significant back of rewards. But the most interesting thing in that model, the bandwidth price, the price for linking, can grow up when the chain is low. It's pretty low. So, by the way, someone can link a lot of links for weeks, for months, but the bandwidth price was below, and someone come to the network and the high load and link just 2 or 3 links and spend a lot of bandwidth for that. So you need to just check the bandwidth price, the bandwidth price, and make some dotted linking. The first discipline is lifetime summary of every validator. So one of the tasks of this testnet is get stack of professional validators. So we would love to reward them for their work. And lifetime summary, it's discipline kind like we use in LR40 net. So we calculate pre-commits of the every validator, each validator. It's something like a game of stakes in the Cosmos, probably half year ago. So yeah, up to 2 terasips for validators for their pre-commits, proportionally. The amount on delegated to each validator, up to 5 terasips. Very easy. Every validator can build community across here its validator, and if community stake on it, he have some reputation. He built the community, he make his reputation, and as much as he have stake on the end of game, as much more reward proportionally to. So there's four disciplines which depends on donation round. I thought I will speak about the donation round a little bit later, and free, independent on it, full validator set. So we need as much more validators as come here. So if 100 validators will be in set of active validators for 10,000 blocks, we will allocate 2 terasips for them per capita in a cyber network. If this amount will increase to 146, so it's full validator set, we allocate 5 terasips per capita. How to use that? Just to call another validators. You can run more than one node, but I believe that's the easiest discipline. So you can really get the cash. Community pool spending. Yeah, it's really interesting discipline for developers first of all. So you can, if you feel that you can help our ecosystem, developing, you can develop some knowledge graph improvements, or you can build some web app crawlers, etc. You need just to make a proposal for community pool spend, and if community decide to your work is valued, you'll get these tokens in the mainnet in absolute values. So if you will do some significant thing and to make a proposal for spending 1 terasip, one terasip as your reward for that, you'll get 1 terasip in the mainnet. And LU4 validator set, it's already done. Up to, not up to, it's just typo. 5 terasips we distribute between the LU4 validators in the LU5 network and in the cyber mainnet. So that's all about disciplines. So any questions?
Let me have a look on just YouTube 1 second. If anybody is,
all right.
1 second. Yeah, I'm watching it. 1 second. No questions.
Yeah. I told a lot of some mystical donation round. So what is this? The donation round It's the Cyber Congress round when we will get the donations from the community in atoms. So it's kind of like this green, really sexy curve. How it's going to distribute. For example, if the community donate us 300,000 atoms, we will allocate to the game 3% or 3. 3% or 300 terasips. Oh yeah, no, not 300. A little bit confused that the person. Yeah, 30 terasips for the game of links. Right. 30.
Do you want to explain more what each curve means? Because I don't think it's possible to see that from the camera.
Yeah, sure. The disciplines allocation, that's the red one, dotted curve. So the 4 disciplines what I'm talking about on the last slide, its disciplines depends on the donation round. So if speak easy, as more the community donate to us, as more we allocate to the disciplines. So our goal to get community 4% of Genesis supply to the game of links. Also, on this plot, you can see how decrease inventors, Cyber Congress, and synth investors allocations depending on this curve. The main thing I have forgotten about that, it's the change. I said up to some terasips allocated to disciplines. If we cannot get the necessary amount of atoms, we'll distribute terasips according to the donated, but the change will go back to Cyber Congress. Proportionally to seed investors, team inventors. Yeah, that's it. That's the plan. So finally, how it will explain. Take off donation round of 16% of 10% of Genesis supply. It's mean 6%. The community pool 2%, uptime 2, Euler 5, full variable set 5, delegation 5, bandwidth low 6, and the relevance 15%. About the tools, it's better to just use it, to just explore it. So I believe most of you can want to get the own validators for that. So as I said, you can use the CLI, cyber.page app, web app, cyber virus, the Google Chrome extension in the Google Chrome extension, or you can build something for you.
Is cyber virus safe to use right now?
Safe to use?
Yeah, like putting my private key in cyber virus, is it safe? Yeah, I want Ales to say this. Yeah, I want him to point that out. Sorry, I just want you to say that it's not.
I will do that. Find out about all.
Oh yeah, you will say that. Okay, yeah, cool. Because I want people to remember that it's not very safe.
All right. So the next stage is how to get tokens. First of all, check your addresses. You can import them to CLI if you want to make it safe. We have allocated in layer 5 42.9% of Genesis supply. It's significant. It's a significant amount. Yes, yes. Yeah, but the conversion should be not too big of that tokens, but just check. Just check it. So what you can check? You can check your Cosmos address and just by importing your seed phrase in CLI or just importing your address in a check tool in the cyber.page web app, or you can connect your ledger and check the balance in the ledger. Ethereans, approximately 1 million accounts now in the Genesis file, right? So yeah, you can check the addresses too by importing your private key in the CyberD CLI, or check your address with those with the web apps. And for Orbit stakers, we have allocated for them approximately 4% of the Genesis supply. It's not too much addresses in the Orbit. I have found it's less than 1,000 addresses. So if you have lucky and have planet and galaxies or suns or stars, sorry, you can check your address and find some tokens. 3% we distribute by faucets. It's the faucet, as I told before, it's a testing of our auction apps in the mainnet. So now we use it like a faucets, and just 3% we distribute on the faucets, but we believe that's enough to join the game. Yeah, take-off round, take-off donation round, the same way, 42.9% we allocate to take-off round and distributed after the take-off round done. So let me back to the here's we distribute the 42.9% of Genesis tokens, and here will be hot zone with the significant injection in the game. So yeah, you can take a part in the take off the nation round and get some tokens from there. Or you can be a validator. We distribute tokens for Ales 4 validators. It's approximately 6.4% for them. So you can validate the network right now and earn rewards by inflation. That's normal. Yeah, the all distribution can explain here. As I said, here's the takeoff the nation round distribution, and there's the gifts. So all tokens in the network. And as profit, so if you be good in the all disciplines, if we successful close the nation round, 10% of tokens of Genesis supply tokens in the cyber will allocate in mainnet and should be cool. Also, think about some crises in the network. What should happen? We have 3 danger zones in the network. So when the network running, then the contracts running, I mean faucets, and then the intersection of these 2 events goes to. So we have some crisis protocols per each of these events. If something happens, I mean, if the network will crashed or stopped, what we need to do, we need to stop claim app in the faucets, save the state of the network, I mean export state of the network, and launch it again with the new genesis, with the new genesis. I mean fresh, like we launched it yesterday. If contracts will be crushed, we can just stop the. Yeah. I saved it for the last one. Yeah. When the contract's crushed, we need to stop the claim up. We continue to run network. We need to pull bounties from the contracts and redeploy the contracts. That's it. It should work. And if everything will fucked up, so we'll stop the claim up, we'll stop the network, get the state, and have discussion with the community for 1 week what we need to do, finally. Yeah, that's it for me about Game of Links.
Who's on next?
Valerie, I believe.
Valera. You want a break? Okay. Let's have a 10-minute break.
All right.
Or whatever. Then.
Do we have some questions on YouTube?
Oh yeah, maybe we have some questions on YouTube. I didn't see anything, but
Let me check too.
Maybe anyone
Alright.
or anything.
Let me check. No, I don't see anything else. No.
Just smiles.
Oh wait, please wait while we reconnect you. Successfully connected. No, just people saying it's so cool.
All right. Probably they read the rules already.
Yeah, I've sent like the rules as well in the chat. So just a link to the post you made yesterday.
All right. So thank you.
Yeah, maybe you can say that we have like a 10-minute break.
Yeah. All right. So we have a 10-minute break. You have no Mac. Okay. So and after that, the Valerie will speak about roadmap, CyberD roadmap. Надь, мы готовы?
Да.
Хорошо. Меня слышно? Артем? Все супер. Hello guys, my name is Valery Litvin and I am a developers board member in Cyber Congress, and today I would like to make a brief introduction about roadmap on cyber development, on chain development. So the biggest challenge for us right now it's scaling of CyberRank. With the current implementation on with GPU, with CUDA framework, where we're processing CyberRank on the GPU cards, it's limited to onboard memory, and we have right now not production. Right now we have a working implementation which we deliver it in Ales 5 and which will work also in Genesis release. Also, last month we make initial research and not production ready but tested implementation using CUDA peanut memory, which gives us 30–50% boost to amount of cyberlinks which we may process on GPU, but long term, our main decision to move RAM computation to memory, to RAM, and make this this computation RAM computation iterative. So it's our biggest challenge and our biggest concentrations, because we would like to allow network process knowledge graph sizes of billion links. The next one, very interesting thing right now in the Kosovo ecosystem, when guys, some project communities release upgrades of their chains, they need right now restart chains. That's what we see in Cosmos Hub 1, 2, and 3. Right now, guys from Reggae network working on very close with the core Cosmos SDK team. They are working on on-chain upgrades that will allow to upgrade chain online with zero block missing without stopping chain, just deliver new code and upgrade them to the new one. The major things what makes Cosmos and Cosmos ecosystem, as we see, the lead project in the whole blockchain ecosystem, it's an inter-blockchain communication protocol. Guys hardly working on the initial release, initial ABC release. We are from the beginning following their development, and as we see right now, they're very close to release IBC with the next major Cosmos SDK 0.38, and we are going to also integrate IBC into our chain with upgrade our chain to the next Cosmos SDK as soon as possible. Last news, guys, hoping to deliver IBC, which will allow developers developing their own IBC zone starting from the February. So we are also going to participate in Game of Zones. Also with our community, we'll provide our testnet
network, which will name it Weiner with integrated IBC. Also, the most interesting things on which me and Dmitry making a lot of research right now, it's inter-knowledge protocol, because in our paradigm, in our vision, we will be not only one decentralized search engine on the market. The guys will allow just launch the same networks on the same code base, also using our launch kit. But what magic will happen following IBC with the help of inter-knowledge protocol over IBC, it will allow to this decentralized search engine communicate between each other and transfer subgraphs, transfer ranks, transfer content education between chains, between different knowledge domains, and we are already started our research on it and going to deliver this up, I think, next year. Smart contracts. We are going to implement as soon as possible, because last news guys from COSWASM project, which started on the Berlin hackathon, Cosmos Berlin hackathon this summer. This guy started COSWASM project, which will allow to develop contracts and running on Cosmos chains. And we have a lot of ideas on smart contracts. Just for example, it's prediction markets, it's domains, a lot of other interesting things, which will allow smart contracts integration in our chain. Very interesting thing. Right now, guys from IPFS have biggest challenge in their projects. It's DHT scaling, because content discovery in distributed hash table in thousands, not 100,000 nodes. It's a very hard thing, and it takes a lot of time. So we find that if we will put identity based on BIP39 and BIP44 passes into the IPFS, it will allow us to make association between keys from IPFS and cyber keys, and agents who just searching content, they will extract also agents who are which link these and directly access, directly trying to access and discover content from node, from agent node who are linking this content. Energy delegation. We see very interesting thing on allowing one guys to just delegate for some time their energy, their bandwidth, to which will allow making more transactions, more cyberlinks to other agent, and it will increase linking and allow to network grow faster. The same thing with power delegations, because its energy delegation allows only make more cyberlinks in network. Power delegation will allow agent make cyberlinks with more power on these links. KGI, we are also working on knowledge graph interface. It's kind of application interface, but specialized for our knowledge graph. We are going to use GraphQL here, and it will allow to subscribe to easily navigate on knowledge graph with robust API. And we are with Dmitry right now prototyping this thing. Other ideas in research on which we are working on, it's CUDA virtual machine, which they are one project on the market, Cortex, which already do this thing, and we are going to, and we'll also have the same idea to deliver smart contracts, which may also compute on GPU cards. Privacy is a very major thing in right now in all spheres of our life, and last couple of years we see a rising of cryptography research on zero knowledge protocols development. There are a lot of schemes, protocols right now, and we are thinking that privacy by default it's how the system should work. If we will allow to compute rank not without knowing who link it and without who links this contact, but just verify that this agent have needed energy and have the power to do this. It will allow us to compute, but without knowledge who are linked, and it will deliver privacy by default for all agents for the whole network. Proof of work checkpoints, it's a feature for light clients because it will allow to light clients to easily make verification on the state of the network, because Tendermint proofs, it's will have a lot of size, and it's hard to replicate on light clients. Proof of work checkpoints easily maybe easily verified. Autonomous agent, it will be a very interesting stage in our network after integration of smart contracts, and when we will network will have a couple of billion links, we think that some autonomous agent which will be deployed into the network may have make their own prediction on knowledge graph, on may their own prediction on knowledge graph, and may cyberlink by their own will CIDs between each other. So it's not it will be not our humans or robots which make transactions to cyberlink something in the knowledge graph. It will be autonomous agents which live directly in chain and make their own prediction and make links in the cyber graph. And data hosting rewards based off proof of replication and proof of space-time. It's a very interesting point. Just imagine that you are opening browser, just choose some amount of disk space which you would like to provide to the network, and your network give you ability to serve not knowledge graph, but content which cyberlinked in knowledge graph, and you are taking rewards from inflation on this, and you have rewards on this, and power and energy, and you don't need to To buy tokens, you are just opening your browser and starting taking rewards and using chain and graph. So right now in Ales 5 we have a big community pool which equals 0.2% of the whole stake, and all these community pool rewards will be migrated and to guys teams which will develop something interesting, on which community will make a decision to bring rewards to these guys. And what me explained during this presentation, all these things we will find interesting and going to vote on community vote proposals on development during Ales 5 and mainnet. So our GitHub, all information about this you might find on issues, on project boards, on our CyberD repository, and it's a movement. All our discussions you may just also follow in Google Telegram, and all our updates in our Twitter. Just our team will deliver a lot of very interesting news starting from yesterday. So stake on me. Stake on me that I'm a Genesis validator in Ales 5 and so you understand me. Stake on me. Thanks. Thank you, guys. Вопросы есть, Серег?
Там в основном, я думаю, это будет больше для записи использоваться. А где микрофончик? Это может быть вопрос. Google скрывает свои алгоритмы.
У нас они на майках.
У нас они открытые. Почему? Как доказано, что они не абьюзятся? Давай повторюсь, что вопрос. So the question is, Google is hiding their algorithms. So, and we are opening our algorithms, and how can we make sure that nobody abuses those algorithms because they are open? Is that correct? Right. Do you want to answer that? Oh. Maybe Dima, maybe you want to answer that. Okay. Valera, go on.
Мне надо сейчас слайд.
He needs to prepare for that.
Сейчас.
Yeah, that's a question from yesterday.
It's a question from now. It's a question. It's a question. So do you want me to repeat the question, Valera, or you remember it?
I got it.
Okay.
Got it. Question simple because it's Google's business, and what we are building, it's a completely different concept of search, and all answers to this question, because if we will go deeper into these questions, we will find a lot of points, and all these points we with Dmitry provide difference of how just Google works and how cyber works, and yesterday I found question from a lot of people, and they asking what if we will cyberlink something wrong, and not relevant. And the question is very simple. Your all time cyberlink deliver relevance to information which relevant to yourself. And with interferation of these wheels, we will get relevant information for all, and it's answer for this. So
you're trying to say that it's not a question in itself, so it's a question of open market, right? So if
Yep.
somebody wants to abuse it, then well,
yeah.
the governance can change those algorithms, right? And
But it's not abusable.
yeah, okay. So what you're trying to say, because of the ideas that are inbuilt in the protocol, it's not abused
Abused. You
as
make it
people
relevant to
think of
yourself.
abusing okay, yeah. Okay, you're abusing yourself only if you're abusing it, right?
This is not abusing nobody.
Okay, I see what you're trying to say. Okay, I think it's a cool enough answer. Any more questions? No? Shall we have a break or yeah, let's have a break, like even maybe more than 5 minutes, and then next is Kirill about infrastructure, and then you, Dima, and then lastly me. So yeah, just carry on watching the statistics on the screen. It's very interesting.
Ready, ready. Ready, ready. Let's start. Cool. Everybody, hi. In this talk, I want to share some my personal thoughts on what I'm going to do with a SIPE. I want to remind that SIPE is a kind of robot. Yeah, it has some transformative power. It's intended to transform Web 2 to Web 3. It's quite simple, but not. So the whole idea starts from content addresses. I want to start from top-level stuff. Content addresses are the most important thing in this transformation because it gives us the power to verify content that we are receiving from a peer-to-peer network. So if you have this like an ID, you can just be sure that this is exactly byte by byte piece of content what you expect to see. And these is very different with the traditional URL-like stuff because every time you query any URL on the web, you just don't know what you get from there. And that is from there the concept of cyberlink came. So in my perspective, that IP fast link is like it's comparable to traditional URL like link, but it points to somewhere, to some exact piece of content. But cyberlink, I don't think that it has like very direct connection in the conventional web because it's a link between two links. Yeah, and this gives us ability to build up really simple and straightforward data structure which we called knowledge graph, which link contents between each other and gives ability for a search engine to answer very fast. Yeah, and it's the first property, and the second property is that you can, make this knowledge graph quite compact and run it inside the blockchain. So that is cyberlink is the most important thing which distinguish like SIPE the browser and conventional browser, because every browser now is based on a URL and DNS stuff, and you every time you go somewhere, you need to trust the domain owner or IP address owner with the answers, with the content which they answer to you. So yeah, and all our projects in the Cyber Congress GitHub. These are the projects in the Cyber Congress GitHub which are connected with the SIPE project. The first one and the most important right now, currently, is a .cyber. .cyber is a project of the simple web application which can be accessed at cyber.page, and it basically try to duplicate the functionality of a
conventional Google. So it's in essence it's just simple search input. Yeah, there you can like ask something and it will give you an answer. And right now I think that it's very important for our team to focus on this small application, because it, during 3 years of development I realized that people just don't, it's not easy for people to grasp what we are doing. Yeah, and the weird thing, but it's really simple to explain. It's just another search input that probably could answer your questions better. Yeah, but it's the concept that which is way more easier to explain with a really useful application, but not on using your hands or mouth. Yeah, so in the following months I expect that Cyber team will focus solely on a primary, on a .cyber application. Yeah. Another important piece of their infrastructure we are building is a gravity leap. The reason why it is important is because everybody now use Google, yeah, but in practice it's really hard for application developer right now to build an application with embedded search capabilities using Google. Nobody do that because it's either API is very costly, or there is no, Google don't provide tools, etc. So we just don't have apps which are access Google search engine directly from apps and not from google.com. So in my vision we need some kind of tools, set of tools which will allow application developers to use this opportunity. So any web developer can embed cyber search capabilities in a mobile app, in VR app, and whatever. And that is why two projects, Gravity and JS Cyber, we will need to bootstrap these two projects. The Gravity is a just set of React components which will, simplify you the development and embedding search capabilities in your app. It's like a snippets, it's like search input, very simple stuff. And js.cyber is a simple JS library which will allow you to query cyber network for answers. It's a simple wrapper with a couple of methods which will just allow you to npm install and go on with your app. So yeah, and finally we have the Cyber project. It's the most important, but it's I think it's I will explain later that it's the most long going. It's the browser and the robot itself. I have a lot of I do believe really important ideas, and I don't expect that we will deliver it anytime soon. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, and two wrappers I want to mention is JS Cosmos. We decide that we will drop the support of this library because we see that guys from Cosmos Station, for example, do a way more better job in building a JS library for a Cosmos ecosystem. Yeah, so we will hit this wrapper and switch our projects to another libraries. And Cybervirus, it was written in a hackathon. I don't like its code base. This functionality will be merged into the side project and will be released as a part of release cycle of the side project. So side eventually will be distributed into Chrome also. So let's go step by step. And the first one is .cyber. .cyber, I want to remind you, this is the app, yeah, and right now we have quite a huge problem with this pairing of the blockchain and IPFS, because if Valero, for example, link some new piece of content, yeah, I can, and he can link it, and I can basically go and try to load it, and nothing happens, because even if I know that this piece of content exists on the Valero piece of hardware, my local IPFS node cannot find it in the IPFS network, because they have such stuff like very slow DHC. And I think they have some, it's just don't, okay. And I think that is the most important problem we must to solve first, and the hard problem. And we Valero find a workaround, very simple workaround. We will start from embedding an IPFS node right into the app, right here in the, when user go to this domain, in the background IPFS node will be started automatically, and we are going to compute their IPFS node address from their public key of their of the cyber address. Yeah, and that basically gives us really interesting trick that while user query for some IPFS hash, yeah, he can instantly understand on this IPFS node he can go and get this content, and this will practically solve this slow discovery problem. So IPFS network can flourish, because we expect that any piece of content will be like searchable and accessible without the need for complicated proof of space-time stuff, yeah, almost instantly. And that is really important for our concept of search, because it's like my idea is that our search is not only like help you to search like these weird content addresses, but the app must be able to deliver final results from a peer-to-peer network. Right now, you are go and search and ask Google something, he answer you with questions, and when you go to some site and get content, yeah. But in our concept, it's basically doesn't matter where you go. Finally you need the piece of content. That's what you are searching for. So that's the most important and hard problem we want to solve, and we will focus on this in the following weeks. The second really important issue I think we have in this cyber app is that we want to put security first, to be honest, yeah, and we have these 1 million Ethereum addresses in the Genesis, but we do not want to expose all the private keys to like Chrome browser. It's just not very secure. So we are allowing only using a ledger right now in their app, because we find out that right now it's almost the only way to like make secure web experience without harming harming security of Ethereum and Cosmos users. So right now you can access the app only with Ledger, and we estimate that not more, maybe 100,000 users actually do have Ledger. and that's kind of problem. And even those who do cannot have like good experience, because every time you want to link something, yeah, you need to connect your ledger and do with all that weird manipulations and workflow. Yeah, it will not work. Another thing why we want to have this stuff like burner wallets is because in a regional concept, every time user click on a piece of content, it just count it as a it dynamically changes the rank, so it counts on bandwidth, and that's it. So yeah, burner wallet is a simple idea of the wallet which is generated right in the browser. It has mnemonics embedded into the browser, and user decide how much funds he want to put on this wallet without how much risk he want to put. So these burner wallets will because the browser application will have access to private keys, it will enable do a lot of really cool magic in the background, like linking, like ranking, like indexing stuff the user search, etc. So yeah, that is the thing I want to focus on, and I think that introducing this feature in a .cyber will have a huge impact on their network load, because right now we see that cyberlinks are not so very popular. Only how much? We have only just a moment. It's basically the reason why I don't want to say that we don't want to release this cyber extension, because it's a buggy right now and I need to turn it off, unfortunately. Yeah, so okay, 16 cyberlink, not so much, but with this feature, every click will count as a cyberlink from a particular account, and will improve the rank of this particular links, or their network will start to be loaded better. The third, yeah.
Burner wallets basically just like XDAI, right?
Like what?
XDAI.
XDAI?
XDAI.
Not.
No, it's not.
No. It's not a good comparison. Burner wallet is just, right now you like go to app, yeah, and you have like this account which is connected using ledger. Yeah, and the browser don't have private keys from this. Burner wallet, you will have like ability to generate the address right in the browser and save your private key and put there some money or delegate there some money.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's it. So it's like you're just splitting security stuff and don't expose like private keys of users. That's it. And the browser have capability to do actions on your behalf. It's basically the original idea of the robot in your browser. So yeah, the third really important thing I want to solve is, like, right now if you go and ask, for example, like cyber congress, yeah, you will get nothing, because there is like combinatory explosion problem when you have low frequency search queries, and there are a lot of them, and knowledge graph just don't have information about them. And the easier solution to this problem is to like query piece by piece. So query the chain. First you make a cyber query, when you make a congress query and merge it, or you query, for example, knowledge graph interface and search for a shortest path in the graph, and basically there is a point in this path which probably could be the best answer. So yeah, the idea is that the front end can like do some query magic on user behalf in the background and deliver and construct questions a bit more intelligent, delivering better search results for complex low frequency queries. Yeah, and the fourth point I want to focus especially is the snippets. Snippets are really important. Right now it doesn't look like a search, and don't get me wrong. Yeah, I understand this. It does not look like a conventional traditional search. Yeah, so our path here is that we will let users to use this application in as is for a couple of weeks. We will load some content there, and we will see, and when we will see which content they are actually linking, and based on this information, we will start to categorize like this content. For example, these are videos, these are PDF files, these are like just keywords, and etc. And based on this basic analysis, we will develop some basic snippets, yeah, which will allow to show more Google-like results, like yeah. So it could be basically anything they are shown up, and it depends on what you links. So yeah, those four problems I do believe are really important for a better search right now.
Tell about commerce using snippets, business and commerce.
Yeah, it's a good point. There are several things we do believe which are not really possible in a Google case, and which are possible in the cyber case. The first one is playing video right in the search result. Yeah, so I think in a month or so, everybody will be able to link any video. Yeah, and just play it from the search result without going anywhere. It's very weird, simple case, but which is so useful and important for users, I do believe. So yeah, I think we will show that soon. The second really cool case is action buttons right in search results. So, for example, you can link some real goods or virtual goods with keywords, and if user search for these keywords, he will see real snippet of this good with a simple pay button right in search results, and without going anywhere he can just do transactions and interactive snippets. Yeah, so that's could really change e-commerce, probably because eventually users what users are needed is just get the stuff they search and not go into a lot of sites.
I have a question, Dima. Let's about the snippets. For example, let's say somebody is searching for the word Bitcoin and he gets a snippet. Well, let's say he wrote buy Bitcoin and not Bitcoin. So he gets a snippet with some information about Bitcoin. Let's say that the links currently. I think I just answered my own question, but anyways, I will re-ask. I will ask it because I think maybe people have it in the mind as well, so you can answer it. And let's say they are already interactive. Let's just go a little bit imagine into the future. where will the buy Bitcoin come from? Let's say there are a few sellers and the person's searching for buy Bitcoin, he presses the buy Bitcoin here, where it will send him to which,
It depends on what
on who
what-
linked the last.
on link,
Yeah,
who
yeah,
link
yeah, I
and
just
which
answered my own
yeah,
question,
it's you need to understand that every snippet is like standalone application. So it depends on who link with what and with which app. So that's it. It's just
Yeah, I already got it when I answered.
Yeah.
Everybody has that question, but when you ask it, you understand it.
okay. The following features I want to implement, they are not like need a lot of explanation. I want to embed IPFS node right in the application, so the content can be loaded from a peer-to-peer network. We need some governance features because we have community pool in the Layer 5 network, and we need to provide like easy way for interactions of users. We need to implement some social stuff, like for example, I can follow links of Valera, yeah. Why not? But we have an issue out there right now on the API side of the CyberZ node, so we just don't have proper API endpoints. Also, I want to implement File Explorer. File Explorer, it's like it will be like it will look like conventional File Explorer of IPFS. Just a moment. Yeah. So a user can probably explore their pins, their files in they linked, etc. And yeah.
Try to just cyber X hipster in cyber.
And search.
X hipster. Try to search X hipster.
Okay. 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 So yeah, another issue is also it's connected tightly with CyberD node. I want to have like real time application, and of course we need facets in a week or so, maybe closer to New Year we will launch all that facets, which was announced in a game of link rules. So yeah, that's all that I can say in about .cyber application. So it's more my short-term focus, and the main focus here is to give some cases to like create like very simple, straightforward application which demonstrate like potential abilities of the approach we are trying to promote. Yeah, the second, I don't want to focus a lot on their Gravity and JCyber. Want to say just that in Gravity we will have several components which are used right now in a .cyber application. We will have like basic snippets there, and yeah, Gravity already is already usable, and we are using it in our development, but it doesn't have docs right now. So yeah, we need to develop some docs.
What is it used for? Maybe you can say to everybody who's listening.
Yeah, all that components you see here, for example, this input, beautiful input, this search, this snippet, For example, like these neat components like or action buttons here. Yeah. It's a built-in tool for creating like simple, stupid interfaces. Stupid interfaces, yeah. Yeah, js.cyber is just it will. I expect it will be like simple wrapper around RPC and LCD endpoints of the CyberD node. It's non-existent yet. Sorry. Yeah, and 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 create by doing. And couple of words about the cyber itself. It doesn't. It is work just for putting. What you can do right now in Cyber, you can put IPFS hash there and watch the content. Pretty much that's all. Nothing more. And also you can go to application hash and transact in Ethereum or Cyber network in using embedded identity layer. It has some bugs right now, so maybe in the following weeks the real task for me is to make this proof of concept work. We have some bugs there, so it's just not usable right now. Another, then the next step, I'm going to, embed this .cyber application in a cyber browser, so all like pieces can work together, including Dura. I do not want to focus right now on Dura because I had a standalone talk 1 year ago. And the third issue, like it's operational stuff, we need just to move cyber virus code base into cyber repository. And then when we want to do some long-going research, which research? Yeah, I used browsers for maybe 20 years already, and I face some issues with them, and I do believe that all current browsers, they have like only one very fundamental problem, and the problem is that they are stuck on. So there is no resource management embedded in the browser, and that lead to situations that some application can just stuck the whole system or stuck the browser itself. I do believe that the future of browsers is basically that more Docker-like, so browser become like more execution environment piece of software, and not like we used to think about them for surfing stuff. So surfing is just like side effect of execution programs. So it's not easy stuff because it still has not been solved by even by guys from Chrome, etc. I can prove to you why. If you, for example, go to Task Manager of Chrome, yeah, you will see that there are some resources here, yeah, and any app can get as much resources as they want. That's the root of the problem which we want to solve, but any operation system, you know, it has very unique policy on how to manage resources, and that's the point which must be somehow solved, and that's the target of this research for me right now, because I do believe if the user will have like more precise tools to control resources of program, we will have a way more better experience. Yeah. So resource permission is the first thing I want to focus. The second one is because IPFS is all about the content, we have an issue of like accessing some content from some content. So you go to an app which is a piece of content, and this app must have capabilities to query some piece of content which are located on your machine, and you as a user must have like ability to control which data it must have it can have access to. Yeah, and the third problem is like phishing protection, because it's really easy to using this concept. It's very easy to compromise private keys of users or passwords, so you can emulate the programs visually very easily, and there is some usable workaround which need a lot of design. I do believe this is deterministic background stuff, when you just generate the background of an application using deterministic algorithm from public key of this particular user. Yeah, and so user used to look on this background, and when somebody tried to phish them, this phishing program just don't know this background, yeah, because it doesn't know keys of these users. So it could be kind of tricky to cheat user with this approach. So yeah, it will be like their essential stuff which will be implemented in the SIPE, but it need like a lot of art and design work. It's not rocket science. So yeah, that is my roadmap for the SIPE. I don't want to point exact dates. I think couple of maybe 3, maybe 4 months will be spent on improving the search experience, and in parallel all that research work will be done. I'm going to focus on a white paper in terms of the browser. Yeah, so I want to solve like the fundamental stuff first, define like basic APIs for the browser, the most important stuff like the backbone, and then start to develop, because the issue of choosing the stack is another issue, where there are a lot of technologies to choose from, and the one we are particularly looking on is like Hoon. That is basically the reason why we are dropping this community, because it could be the case that not micro, but nano kernels is the future of their operational systems and computing itself. We see right now in operational system like micro kernel trend, and the nano kernels could be like the next big step. So yeah, I personally do believe in this approach. I don't worry that like alien language issue. Yeah, Yeah, we need a browser. We need.
There's a fuck Google channel in orbit, so you can actually, you know how to find.
Yeah, we need a browser that can sustain like collapse of civilization situation, and will be possible to learn by their engineers afterwards. Currently, it's kind of unimaginable that one or two or three engineers can grasp all these layers like Linux, like Chrome, like virtual machine of the V8, like all that layers on top. It's really complicated, and the cool stuff of Urbit Stack is that it is like 30,000 line of codes. It is graspable by one single engineer, and that's include a network layer and the operation system layer and a lot of necessary stuff. So yeah, we want to like build simple things that last for years and decades. So we are not in hurry. I don't think that personally that web-free browsers like Brave are the way to go. That is, by the way, it is the first. It is the only browser which asks your passport right now. Even Chrome and my Mozilla Firefox don't ask. But if you want to get Brave payouts, they ask your passport. So, so fuck Brave also. Yeah, and if you believe also in an idea that we need to build really cool, open, and reliable browser, we can build. You can join this project. Join this project on GitHub. Ask me questions. I'm going to work on this project for maybe couple of 2-3 years ahead. And in the end, I think we will have something that really could last. Yeah. So that's it.
There's, I don't know if anybody has any questions here. Yeah? No? Yeah, I think you do. Oh yeah, after. Okay, no worries. I'm not gonna pick on you. Okay.
Cool.
Then, yeah, Dima. Then we have another guys 5-minute break, and then we have. Well, you want a longer break? Come on, guys. Say everybody. Who you speaking next? You want a longer break?
Yes, we need a technical break at least.
Okay, so 20 minutes.
No, it's
10. Are you ready in 10 minutes? Okay, yeah. Then 10 minutes break.
За 10 минут хуёво готовится.
Не, я буду тут сидеть. Ау. Отклеился блок питания. Может, еще немножко скотча?
Я сделаю, если его найду.
Shall we carry on? Right, so we have Kirill up next with infrastructure and nodes set up, right?
Yep. Okay.
So
Okay,
yours.
guys. I'm just going to conduct my speech from
Guys.
here. Yep.
Guys, Valera, guys,
hey,
one second.
come
People,
on. Yeah.
guys, we have Kirill gonna start, so are you gonna go from here?
Yeah, I'm just going to conduct my speech from here, if that comfortable, because just more convenient to me to keep the monitor in front of me and so on. So, hey, yep, my name is Kirill, and I'm going to talk a little about the infrastructural side of cyber network. So as known, cyber network is a state-proof network where consensus is achieved by the validators with some staked tokens, actually. So let's say you know like heard somewhere about the cyber, and you decided, like, you searched something, you decided that it's cool, and you wanted to launch your validator. So what do you need to do? Like basic few steps. The most update and the most new things are coming on our GitHub in our Cyber Congress CyberD repo. In a section of docs, you can find the Run Validator guide. But if you want a little bit more and simple way to access it, you should better go to Cyber Congress AE. In a right on the left side, you will find the Run Validator doc link. First of all, few words about the requirements to your node, to your server. What do you need to have to be comfortable validating our network? So there is a few recommended things, parameters. We advising to keep them to be good, like to validate good. 6-core GPU, 32 gigs of RAM, at least 256 gigs of SSD, and some NVIDIA GeForce or other family Tesla Titan, Quadro, whatever you have, CUDA cores card with at least 6 gigs of memory. And we recommend to run it all on Ubuntu 18.04. Is currently the most tested and working for sure, so that is required. But of course, you can set up a little bit like less cool machine. It will work also. The most important thing basically is just a graphic card with the CUDA cores on it. So at least like something like few CUDA cores, and you would be able to count the rank and validate. But the more the better, of course. So I'm going to demonstrate a demo, like live set up the node, the validator node. So we'll follow step by step to this guide. I have here on the left side of the screen a machine sitting here in the office. It's Mars, our helper and friend. So it's just clear. There is like nothing besides the Ubuntu running on it currently. So I'll just go ahead and copy and paste all these commands from the guide. So yeah, maybe would be not that interesting, but it should be good as a demo. So anybody would be able to make sure that it's working and like just view this video later on the YouTube. All right, so installing the Docker keys, GPG keys, okay.
Right now, you're basically setting up a node, right?
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
Setting up a node. right, so yep, here's the Docker, the most recent Docker. I believe it's 90.03 is required as least, because it would not launch on an older version. Okay, we recommend to use a pertainer, but that is optional thing to manage your containers, to view like generally what is going on the node. So I'm probably gonna skip it for now. Well, it's just up to you. It's pretty much straightforward. Nothing really complex. All right, interesting part and the most one of the most important ones, NVIDIA drivers. So as far as we have the graphics card installed to this node, we're supposed to have the right drivers to allow the chain work correctly and good with the card. So going to add some NVIDIA's repos to the system really fast. Okay. All right, so driver version currently required, the least driver version is currently required for the chain is NVIDIA 410, but of course the newer the better. So let's see which devices do we have here, which cards. All right, yep, cool. We have something from NVIDIA, and there is a 440 current, the most recent version of driver. So we'll just go ahead and install the most current one. Doing the auto install, it just installs the most recent version for us. Yeah, this, looks like I already have it installed here. All right, so that's better for us because normally it takes maybe up to 10 minutes to install that, so it's good for us. And normally after the first installation, it is required to reboot the server, but let's see, as far as I have it installed already, I probably would not have to do that. Yep, it's working. So the driver version we have is 440.36, CUDA version 10.2, and the card we have is GTX 1660 with a 6 gig of memory, which is good enough. As far as we can predict, it should fit up to 200 million links, graph with 200 million links into it, which is, I guess, kind of a cool. All right, next important thing, NVIDIA container runtime, which has been updated in a while, so that is important thing. And for everybody who's watching this video and updating his old node, in case if somebody's validated us in Euler 4, so that is very important thing because that has to be upgraded and nothing gonna work with it. The drivers is so far so good with the old ones, but NVIDIA container is very important. Okay, we good. We see our output is pretty much same as shown in a guide. So I'm just going to get and install NVIDIA Docker 2 daemon and restart the Docker real quick. Okay, and then we're gonna go ahead and check out our installation. If everything is correct, we should see this table. Yeah, so basically it just pulls these CUDA 10.0 daemon, Docker daemon, and tested that your installation is good, your drivers is good, and as well, table here is not very similar to what I have, but in reality it is. Okay, so now it's time to launch the CyberD full node. I'm gonna go ahead and create a folder where we're gonna host all the stuff. Okay. All right. So now we're gonna go ahead and pull our container. So that is important stuff. First of all, a few things here. Start from the end of this command. Important like basically the container version, which is good for ALR5 network, is held under cyberd/cyberd ALR5 on a Docker hub. So pay attention to this. Next, we're going to go ahead and put the correct folders. So I just created in the root ALR5 folder with cyberd CLI, and then same for the cyberd. Okay, we allowing search on this node, but well, as far as it's set as we're setting up the validator, is a good thing maybe to disable that. I'll touch it a little bit later in security sides of a problem, but let's just disable it. False. Okay. All right. Another important thing: ports. To allow your node to communicate with the world, with the entire network, it's very important to make sure that you will set up the proxy ports on your local router to direct machine, to direct IP of the machine, entire the network. So I have the ports from 37,000 to 38,000 forwarded to my node. So I'll just do these 37,000 something. Here I'm gonna replace 26 to 37 also. Same here. Okay, so the most important is port 26656, which is the main communicational port. For the node 57 port is for API, and 1317 is for LCD REST server. We're going to name our container ALR5, and let's see, it should be it. Let's try to pull it.
Can we make the console maybe a little bit bigger?
Yeah, let's try to. Does someone remember the shortcut?
Does anyone remember the shortcut?
For the console. All right.
Try the Command Plus.
Command Plus. Yep.
Yay, thank you.
Like this, or
Yep. Yeah, I think it's
good enough? Okay, cool. You should have noticed that earlier. But anyway. Okay, so it's pulling the container currently. Yeah, internet is not very fast at the moment in our office because there's too many people using it, but let's wait a second until it's done. So while that pulling, a little bit later in this speech, I'm going to cover the security sides of the node, of how to set up the some security aspects, like connecting to the node, firewall, stability sides of the node, key management, and we'll talk a little bit about the Sentinel infrastructure, which is kind of a required for the validator to be set. All right, it's almost downloaded. Yeah, looks like we're not meeting up our requirement. We require 100 megabit per second fiber connection, and we don't have it at the office. So keep up to requirements and you'll be cool. Cooler than cool, yeah. All right, looks like it's launched. All right, let's see what's going up there. All right, it's applying Genesis. Looks like it pulled up everything correctly and started up. And if I'm correct, it should start syncing in a minute after Genesis would be applied. How many blocks do we have in a nowhere currently? Well, it's 12K blocks. So yeah, probably whenever it will start to sync, we'll just leave it and switch to the next points. Yeah, because 12K is not a lot to think, but yeah, a couple minutes will be. So.
I have a question for you while we're waiting.
Yeah.
About the monikers, is there a problem if the monikers repeat themselves? Like, let's say we have like the fuck Google will probably be a very popular name, I presume. Is that a problem?
Yeah, it is actually like technically possible to choose whatever moniker you have, and there is no restrictions of like reusing the moniker. So you create like 10 more validators with a fuck Google moniker, but the good idea is to fill up your validator. Oh yeah, blocks start ticking. Cool. To fill up your validator with the details, like link to your website, any kind of a logo or like a pic you can attach, so people would know like under the hood who's who and who is the most true fuck Google validator. Valerie's currently is. So yes, stake to him.
Yeah, he stole my monikers, from ULF4. First come, first served. Nah, I'm kidding. No,
Yeah,
so it's basically just a front end thing, right? It's not.
Yeah, kind of a yeah. It is stored in a chain actually, but it could be like the moniker itself could be changed anytime you want, and like to anything you want, basically. Go ahead.
I mean, just give it the mic, because.
Can you give us a short overview of the files in a CyberD repository? I mean, the node key, JSON, the priority key, yeah, all of them, please.
Okay, so think is started. Let's leave it for a second to spin in the background.
Make the console full screen.
Oh, sure, no problem. Yep. All right, so about the files. Misspelling. All right, let's see what we have inside of a ELR5 folder that we created. So, like, we'll do step by step. So here's the two folders with the CyberD and the CyberD CLI. So let's take a look what's inside of CyberD. All right, and here's the two folders, config and data. So data is where all the block store is stored, correct? And the config is the most interesting, I guess, folder for you. So let's switch into it and take a look what's going on here. All right, address book, well, straightforward. Yeah, node put all the addresses of the nodes which it could like discover to it. App.toml, not so interesting actually. All right, config. Config toml is your like config file where like all the information stored about the peers, about the external IPs, about the settings of the node. So we'll probably have a closer look to it a little bit later during the security session. Genesis JSON is our Genesis file. See, it's 321 megabytes because it contained like over 1 million addresses inside of it. Node key JSON is your node key, like unique key generated during the node start. It's like attached to, depends on your hardware, like of the MAC addresses or like something like that under the hood. So it's basically unique for every machine. And the pre-validator key is your, like saying, constructed from the like machine ID and unique for your validator. Okay, so notice thinking in the background. Let's talk a little about the security. Now it's a good time, I guess. So the good things we advise to set up to harden the security of your node is like set up the secure way to sign in. For example, if it's the cloud node, which is possible generally to keep it in a cloud, it's very important to secure your SSH connections as far as like possible. So big idea to allow only login through the public key from your like local machine. Add your local machine public key to your node. Possible to set up the two-step verification on the machine, to use something like a Google or whatever's app for generating one-time passcodes to access it. And about the few things about the node location. So stability of the work of the validator and availability on the network and uptime is the key features of the like cool validator. So let's see. Where's my Chrome? Come on. All right, go like this. All right, so we have the validators tab, and here's the uptime showing. So that is the uptime for last couple hundreds of blocks maybe, but it's like basically showing how many blocks your validator since those last couple hundreds was up and how many was down. So when you see 100 there is the cool, it's like very cool, and to achieve the biggest uptime, like 100% of time, it is recommended to launch your node in a cloud, like somewhere. There is a couple, like technically a couple providers, like a Hertzner and a few from America, as far as I know, who's providing the GPU dedicated service to rent in the cloud. So they are backed up with the internet, with the electricity, and like hurricane proofed and so far. So apocalypse would not probably be your node like first if you will carry it in a cloud. So we generally we recommend to keep the node in a cloud to achieve the best uptime and online time. Okay, another few words about the key management. Let me switch back to my console. So all the keys are stored inside of your node, and like restricting access to it, like including the physical access, it's a very good idea to keep it safe. So in case you running, from your home or from your like somewhere locally, it's a good idea to set it in a place which would not be accessible by somebody else. It's a good idea to use like the strong passwords, not 1, 2, 3 and a password word. That's the basic stuff. Also, oh yeah, one more thing. It is possible to launch our node from the ledger, using the ledger and Tendermint KMS like key management system. So we have also the guide on our Cyber Congress website for it. Yeah, it should be pretty much straightforward, but not very finished as far as I know yet. But yeah, currently you may go ahead and use it and set up your node from the ledger. So you will keep your validator key on the ledger and sign the blocks using the ledger, which is cool, I think. Key management we covered. Okay, let's see what's going on our node.
Kirill, maybe we can go with the config file and you can talk about the seed nodes and the peers.
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk next. Yeah, I'm just going to see how many blocks do we have sync here. 4.5 Ks. Okay, let's leave it spin and talk a little about the config. All right, here's the config file of your node. First of all, you'll see here the moniker. How the fuck, Google? Yeah, which we can change, of course. I'm not going to duplicate. I'll just put a Mars. Some options about the sync. Can skip that a little. So like pointers to files, the node key to Genesis files. All right, here second, like another important point, RPC. If you are going to access the RPC of your node, like somewhere like locally, so it's a good idea to make sure that zeros, like 4 zeros, is put here instead of a 120, like a local host network, because it would not be accessible in other way. Of course, headers, it's all good. Let's a little bit further. Okay, here's another interesting section. Local address, it should be kept as this, because as far as it running in Docker, we point all our external ports to these 26K ports, so that is good. External address. In case if you have the external address, like static IP address for your node, it's a good idea to put it here. And let's just basically do it. Let me just pull up my local IP. So we'll have the direct example of how that should be set. So TCP, here's the address, and our external port is 37.656. Okay, and here's the place for some seed nodes. If you have any, you can put them in. Actually, where you can find all the related info about the seed nodes, peers, and ask for some questions, and maybe find the answers for some questions. I created a topic ILR5 on our forum. I'm going to publish a little bit more info like peers and seeds and so on there. So just follow that up, Cyber Congress IE forum and ILR5 branch there. And as we see, here's some persistent pairs, which was already pulled with the Docker. Okay, and there's a few most interesting things which is important when you're running a validator. So the PIX parameter. So PIX is a peer exchange reactor, basically the thing which allow node to exchange the addresses with the internal like network. And if you're running a validator, it's a good idea to keep this switch to false, because you like normally you wouldn't need to show to entire the world like address, like physical real address of your validator. It should be hidden, so we'll set this to false. And here's the private peers IDs field, which is also important. I'll probably go ahead and show up the screen again. I draw a little. Oh, come on, are you going to? Sorry. Here is it. Yeah, so I draw a little diagram about the like good, cool Sentinel infrastructure for your node. Here we see internet. Yeah, like this. So here's the internet, and here's your validator. So what's settled between of those, and what should be like technically in a best case settled between of those. So first of all, there is a couple of peer nodes or search nodes which is recommended to set to communicate with the world, with the chain, and to show up like their addresses to the chain, and like said, like basically to sync your validator from them. So I'll just go ahead and cover. There's two lines here, two vertical lines, and behind of this first red line, nobody except the peer nodes should know the addresses of your validator, and your validator should be just connected to this, like your trusted peer nodes, which you should like set up as well. And behind this black line, everybody could discover like whatever addresses and IPs and whatsoever accounts about your nodes. So keep the validator detached from the like exchanging his private info with the rest of the chain. Use the seed nodes, private peers nodes, sorry, to sync your chain. So technically, ideally, process should go as following. You connected 1, 2, or how many you would like to nodes to the chain, sync them, synchronize, get the fully synced chain on them, and then you're going to set up your validator on the third node or second, whichever is affordable, and you just point the validator peer to private peers IDs of these search or like peer nodes of your peer nodes. So it would not be shown to any other on the network except this node. So for example, if we have a couple persistent peers sitting here, and that's how the like a peer ID looks like. So if we will put this address, copy it and put it to private peers list, so it's not going, this node is not going to tell anyone on the network that it is connected to this peer, which is like cool in a way of security. So nobody would know your IP, nobody would know your port, nobody would be able to DDoS your connection and your node. All right, so what is important here? Well, everything is important. There's not the whole stuff I'm going to cover in this talk. Well, I guess basically it is. So just the keywords. If you're setting up your validator, make sure you will disable the PEX. Hold on, where is it? Oh, yeah. So make sure you will disable your PEX to false, so it would not run the peer exchange reactor inside of the node. And if you're setting up the validator and the seed node, like personal peer node, private peer node, make sure you'll have your validator node address inside of a private peer IDs on your sync nodes instead of just the persistent peers. Okay, so that is the keys of the Sentinel architecture, which is which will help you to run your validator like secure, at least like cover the basic security. So let's see what's going on with our node. Oh, and one other thing, if you're changing anything inside of a config, it is required to restart the Docker container after you changed something to apply all the changes. Otherwise, it would not pull them. All right, we'll see how many blocks. 8 is 9. It's almost, yeah, close to 12K.
I have one question.
Yep.
Yeah. There you go.
Back to the diagram. I have a Sentinel architecture here, but may I ask you about the validator replication? If something happens with my validator, I think the SSD is crashed or it's lost its internet connection. Is there any way to replicate it? I mean, the major thing what I worrying about it's the double signing. So
okay,
how do I avoid this?
If you want to run like 110% on reliability of your validator, you may do like this and create a second node for a spare validator node, which we will call validator spare. Oh. Oh. Houston. I don't know. Where's the remote from the TV? The TV dead. Okay. Okay, if we are very cool and set up secondary validator spare nodes, we can, technically it is possible to monitor the state of your primary validator, and in case if the missed block count will rise up or if it will go online, it is just possible to keep the spare node start signing blocks instead of the main one. But yeah, you should be just very careful about the double signing to not make your security work and two validators with the same keys start signing blocks, because you will be slashed with a double sign. And we have a fee with a 2% of a stake. Yeah, 2% of a stake from your validator for double signing. So that's the worst thing you can imagine in terms of jailing. So it just better in this case than double sign. Better just go to jail. It's 0.1% of the stake fine for it. So, but technically, yeah, it is just possible to do that. Keep the same keys on two nodes. Just one should be enabled. Both should be synced. One should be validating, and the second one should be just sitting and waiting for the first one would go offline, like that. We not provided any useful scripts for this setup to make the secondary spare node start automatically, I believe. But I believe we'll do a little in the future. So this could be slightly automated. Slightly automated in this term. Okay, so there's any more questions for the second? All right.
Guys, is anybody watching the YouTube? Because I have my computer. Can you have a look if there's any questions on there? Check it out. Thank you. No? Okay. Any questions in the room?
Yeah. Oh, hold on. We have our node already synced. Let's see how much is in total. Yeah, it's 12,000, almost 13.
Almost.
Just 2 more minutes. Yeah.
1 minute left.
Yeah, sync is. Sync.
Just for 1 day.
Yeah, the later you connect to the network, the more you'll have to sync.
Maybe you can talk as well about jailing and unjailing, by the way. I don't think you mentioned jailing and unjailing.
Yeah. So currently for ELR 5 network, we have 240 blocks for a jail counter. So if you will miss at least 40% of each 240 blocks, in window, in 240 blocks window, you will be jailed. So technically, in a time, it's something about the half hour. And so you should be online at least 80% of time from a half hour, from each half hour, to keep validating and to not jail. It is possible to set up the monitoring on the node to monitor it with a Grafana or Prometheus to keep an eye on how many blocks is signed, how many is missed. That's also would be covered in our docs, how to set this up. All right, I guess we synced. Yep, we do. Okay. Let's go ahead then and start the validator. Probably we'll have to split the screen again. But I need 2 of those. So. Okay, returning back to our doc. Okay. Not this one. Where's the section? Okay, full node. We checked, we got it running. Okay, validator start. That's what we need. First of all, to start the validator, you obviously would need to gain an account with some tokens. Guys, today already discovered how it's possible to do that. So I'm just going to import an account real quick in the background to this node. Just a second, bear for me. So what I'm doing currently, I'm importing the account with some EEL tokens to the node. I just don't want to show my seed phrase to anyone, so I'm just doing that in a second window. All right, let's see what do we have. Okay. Layer 5, Super D, CLI, keys, list. What did I put wrong? Super CLI, keys, list. Oh. Yep. All right, here's my key, Mars, I call it Mars. And let's just go ahead and query how many tokens do I have there. So chain ID is ALR5. All right, cool. Looks like 50 millions. Okay, that should be enough to start the validator. Okay, we're skipping that. We add our key. All right, then we need to discover the Tendermint validator key, which looks like that, cyberval const pub key. And then we need to go ahead and construct this transaction. I'm just going to, is it okay to see? Okay, this way. So what's important here, your commissions, max rate and max changing rate. Let's go ahead and put a commission, I don't know, 0.42%. Then we should specify the name from which, the name of the account, which is Mars for my case, from which we're starting our validator. Here's the moniker. Yeah? No, would not go like this. We'll put Mars. We'll use the unique moniker. And I just lost my pub key.
Scroll up.
Yeah, cleared the output. So, but we discovered this earlier, and I'll just go ahead and paste it. Okay, mean self-delegation amount is the amount of tokens you setting up for yourself. You could not delegate less than this amount, and if your stake will fall lower than this amount, your validator will be jailed also. And here's the important thing, amount of EELs we are going to delegate on our validator from the scratch. So it's 49, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 49 million. So left a little to conduct the transactions. UR5 container. All right, let's, oh my God. Yeah, let's see. All right, my password. All right, cool. Is it succeeded? Success true. All right, cool. Let's see if our validator is appeared here in validator section. And probably would take a second for it. And here is it, Mars. Okay, cool. We are now validating. We see our stake. It's 2.39% of whole stake. Yeah, it's all self. Our commission. Okay, so pretty good. We're validating the network. Okay, if there's any more, well, I guess that should be pretty much it.
I have one more thing. It might not be related directly to this, but it kind of related. There is on the website we have CLI command list. So maybe you can go over there a little, or is it not updated yet for EULA 5?
Yeah, we have the ultimate guide with pretty much most of the commands, or where is it?
CLI guide.
CLI guide.
I think it's there.
Yeah, somebody renamed it. Okay. Well, so here's discover pretty much all of the commands for the CyberD CLI. Let's, I don't know, let's maybe try to link something. Link. Oh yeah. Okay, linking content. That's what we need. So basic thing you can do from it. So a couple CIDs. Alex, could you send me some? Let's see what do I have in the background here. Oh, come on, where's my CIDs?
You can integrate, you can link the cyber word. Yeah, that's the hash of cyber word. Keyword, I mean. With
The guys are just exchanging CIDs for anyone who's watching the recording. where to link from and to.
So here's the hash of the keyword we would like to link from.
You can only use hashes when you're linking from the CLI,
From
right?
the
You couldn't
CLI,
use
yeah.
direct addresses, right?
Yeah. Better go to cyber page or a cyber virus extension to use in a more human way, humankind way, with the words, not the hashes only.
What are the advantages of using CLI to link rather than using cyber page or cyber virus or cyber virus, not cyber page?
Well, I guess it's just trust. If you don't trust to the cyber page, you don't know maybe what's going on under the hood there, or you don't trust the virus. Here's the node. Here's your, I mean, it's located where you know, and you may trust all your keys is stored inside of a node. So, I guess the better idea is the trust, security. Yep.
Just say that you don't need to local node to just use CLI.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is possible to just build up just a CLI, like install the CLI to your computer, connect it to remote node, and like do all the operations with it, like locally with the local CLI and remote node. All right, let's put the name. Mars and
Kirill, is there a guide how to connect to a remote node on a CLI?
I believe it's here, supposed to be here in Ultimate Guide also.
Just use Titan node.
You want me to connect it? All right, let's do the link first. Password. I guess it succeeded. Let's try to search. Huh.
I'm not sure that the content should be available now.
We'll see. We linked cyber, right?
Yeah.
And here's our hash. It's didn't have the rank. Discovered, decalculated for it. Let's try to open. Yeah, kidding. Cool. More kittens, more kittens. Yeah. Okay, and the remote node. Let's see if it's. Oh, yep. Looks like it's not discovered here in this guide. We'll probably have to add it here. Connection to remote node. So I'll probably skip it for now. All right,
questions,
guys.
guys?
Is there any more questions?
Anything on YouTube, Alice? No?
Yeah.
No, no YouTube. Who is it? Who is it? Yeah, I think we have one more thing. Any more questions? No? Okay.
All right, yep. We'll skip it. All right, so yeah, I guess that's it. So we've been able to set up the validator. So we now are validating our network. So yep, hope you guys enjoyed this talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait. All right. Shall we have another 10 minutes and then the last one and then we're done, yeah?
I've heard that we supposed to have food now.
Food. Hey,
break, yeah.
let's have food. So yeah, it's a long break and
Yeah.
А? Не слышу. Вы готовы, да?
Чтобы тебя целенаправленно никто не атаковал хотя бы там элементарными вещами.
Что?
Ну, то есть цена вопроса где-то...
Что сделать? 2 минуты? Ну давай, 2 минуты я начинаю, похуй. Я просто хотел пойти позвать, но что-то передумал.
Если это не дома, где-то стоит дома, там свои, собственно, геморрои, то все равно получается минимальная там...
First price. Discovery. Price Discovery, понял? Уже мега-юлы продают за атомы, Дима. 1 мега-юл за атом человек продал другому человеку здесь уже, да.
Даже юлы?
Да, понимаешь?
В одном гига-юле ты 1000 мега-юлов, правильно все понимаешь?
1000 мега-юлов.
За 1 атом.
Вы не полите меня, как бы, ну, Володя же не знает, сколько.
Ты спекулянт, блядь, гребаный.
Нормально, нормально.
Что-то по миллиарду оценки продал.
Просто сейчас поднял нам оценку до ярда, блядь.
Да. Подожди, за сколько ты?
За 1 атом, $4, 1 мега-юл, 4 бакса.
1 мега-юл.
Ну, я ему еще ничего не дал.
Подожди, то есть 4, короче, 40 эфиров за гига.
За гиг.
Это под миллиард оценка, да.
Ну, это ярд. Что
Ну,
нормально.
все делюга.
Гайз, ладно, давайте, короче, я начинаю. Все, гайз, можно попросить вас это тогда 5 секунд, 30 минут тишины? Или что-нибудь такого? Are we ready, Nadia? Yeah, okay. I'm going to talk about the ecosystem. I'm not going to be long. There's no presentation involved in this. I don't know. Can we see the screen, Nadia? Yeah? Because everything that I'm going to show is going to be on the screen. What I'm going to go through is basically the parts that bring together the ecosystem. What does the ecosystem do? And, well, how you can help that ecosystem evolve. That's pretty much what ecosystem is about. Before that, we spoke about Urbit before. So if anybody wants to join our channel, you go to the Urbit CLI and you enter this command. It's very simple. I'm not going to explain how to do it. Okay, this is kind of a joke, right? But anyway, seriously, there's actually a Fuck Google channel on Urbit. And if you want to follow our information that I publish on Urbit, you enter this simple command, which is publish and publish action, some brackets, subscribe, divuld, fasteld, and all those sigmas and everything. It's very simple. Right, yeah, let's skip this. Okay, guys, on a serious note, right? So there is actually on our GitHub, if you go to github.com/cybercongress, you will find loads and loads and loads of very interesting information, and all the information that are published on the ecosystem, 99% of it is first published on GitHub, and then it's somewhere else. So if you can't find it somewhere, it's probably on GitHub. Where is the information kept, right? We have a repo which is called Congress. Inside the Congress repo, there is a folder. Guys, I can hear you really. Thank you. Inside the folder, the Congress repo, there is a folder called Ecosystem, right? Inside this ecosystem, there is a lot of files. First of all, there's a description, like a README. What is this folder about? And what is the ecosystem? Cyber ecosystem, yeah? It's not an official name, but it's just a name in between us to understand the divisions between inside the team. I'm not sure how to put it. So anyways, yeah, so what are the main coordination efforts that the cyber ecosystem will and should include? Helping to create a validator pool, which is probably the most important thing right now. Helping to build communities, connecting teams. And it's not just internal teams, we're talking about external teams, teams that want to open source, commit some open source code. It doesn't have to be code, it could be anything at all. Helping R&D, I will talk about it in a minute. Cross-promote products, protocols, provide strategic grants in the future, obviously, because it's not set up as of right now. Creating and taking part in government's proposals. Once again, this is obviously for the future, but obviously, I will try, well, I will not try, I will do, when in this testnet, I will try and play around with the governance and see how how it works. VC in partnerships, creating useful and unique documentation and working towards a common goal, which is quite obvious. This is like the main file that you can find the info on. There is actually a paper that I published on the cyber ecosystem, which is obviously a work in progress. What you can find in this paper is an abstract information about what it is talk about and the blocks that form the cyber ecosystem, which I'm going to talk about. Each block, by the way, contains some metrics that well, in the future, I will get to that in a second. So let's not skip parts. So the first block is community work, and this is quite, obvious and understood and understandable. We need scientists, we need geeks, we need researchers, we need validators, we need hackers, we need masters of the web, Web3 users, we need heroes, whatever, right? You name it, we need them. And it's kind of not obvious how to do that block alone, not talking about the other blocks. Personally, I believe that the Cosmic community is obviously the most important community right now, right? Obviously, for one, we are a Tendermint-based chain. We need validators. Those validators have experience in validating those kind of chains. And, we are already part of the Cosmic community. If you go on the Cosmonauts World website, you will find us sitting there right at the top. If you go on the Cosmos forum, you will find us at number 16, I think. Anyways, and you will see that we publish quite a lot of info in the subreddit of Cosmos Network. Yeah, so here I talk about, there are several communities to us that we see vital. Those are the Ethereum, Orbit, and IPFS communities, and Web3, and many more. So it's not like a particular order, right? The Cosmos community is obviously already included because I think we are a part of the Cosmos community, at least for now. We are a sovereign chain, but we are a part of the Cosmos community. So this is why I'm not included it here. We proposed drops. We spoke about those drops and gifts, whatever you want to call them, for quite a while. I don't see any more reasoning going over it once again, but you could either go to the white paper, have a look at it, or whatever, right? I listed a couple of other communities, right, that are important to us, and I want to make sure that you understand that it's not the foundations that we're after, it's the computers. For me personally, Filecoin, Bitcoin, Ethereum, it's a computer. It's a big distributed computer. In the 70s, every single sci-fi writer spoke about its supercomputers. Now we have those supercomputers. And when I speak about communities, it's not the team, right? It's not like I hate the teams, right? But it's not the team that I'm after. I'm after the computer itself, the technology that stands behind it, and this is the partnerships that I want to get. For each of those blocks, because I'm not going to go over each one of them in as much detail as I went over this one, I propose a metric that we're going to use and how to measure these metrics, so you could find the information here. There's some info about CyberCon. I'm not sure if all of you guys have, I think most people were here on CyberCon 0, right? So yeah, there is even some organizers I can see there in the back dancing, right? And a shame you can't see them, but they're dancing right now. So yeah, CyberCon is the first, to my knowledge, conference organized by a super intelligence, which is called a smart contract. Very simple. And we wanna do another CyberCon. I mean, right now, it's not on the agenda, agenda tomorrow or the next month, obviously, but it is on the agenda for next year, I hope. And we want to try some innovational things, see how we can interact with people, invite cool people. It will probably be in Europe somewhere, I presume, so don't take my words for it, but anyways, yeah. Once again, friendly aliens and partnerships, right? So I've spoke about the PFS protocol. There is things like OS, like Tails, for example, and I believe that every single tool that is speaking about privacy, we can connect to. We can have some kind of a connection, or rather they can have a connection to us. They can find something in us that we do that will match something that they do, if that's at all make any sense. So yeah, so that's kind of my target as well. Governance and proposals, this is quite obvious, right? So I'm not going to go over it. Hacking and open source, right? This is quite important. We believe in open source. I've spoke about this like 1 million times, so no philosophy today. But there's Gitcoin, and as of today, Gitcoin is probably the only research that is working somehow. Let's not talk about how good or how bad. I think it's good to an extent. Anyways, yeah, and Gitcoin for us is really important. So we fund a lot of issues through Gitcoin. We are actually currently at like number 40, I think, on the top between like 200, 300 organizations. And it's not about the amount you fund, but anyways, doesn't matter. Let's skip that. But Gitcoin is really important, and we will continue funding our issues on Gitcoin. So if you go on Gitcoin Cyber Congress /Cyber Congress, you will find our profile. We try to publish user stories to each issue that we publish on there, user cases, what you should achieve in order to solve the issue and get the funding. So basically, if you're an open source developer and you wanna get involved, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it just because you like the project, but you could also get paid for it, right? So that's kind of a bonus. Research and R&D. So when I speak about research and R&D, I want to take a step back here. There is a lot that we base on values. A lot of the technology that we evolve, to me personally at least, is based on shared values that members of the team have. And we want to prove using technologies, today's modern technologies, that we can achieve those values, or at least some of them to some extent. And again, if you go on GitHub right here, right, there is a file called The Evolution of Species. It's a bit outdated, right? So, don't take it for granted. But there's a lot of goals and values that we do describe here, and some of them might sound a little bit crazy, which is good. I will show you the forum where we speak about those values, and the reason I talk about it is because, well, there is a lot more than just technology. Technology, once again, is a tool to achieve certain things. When I talk about research, right, so this is the first research we are working with a certain person, with a community person. I've called it deep bidirectional transformers, and the idea is that we believe that all species and beings can control their private keys, hence they can communicate, hence they can make transactions, hence their will can be represented on a knowledge graph and queried. So yeah, it sounds a bit crazy. Let's not go into that right now, but I advise you and I recommend you to really read this. Now I'm speaking from the general things, not about the research itself. So you could have a look, like basically user story describing the research, what is the task in order to get the grant, and definition of done, some additional info and bonus implementation. So basically every research that we will publish it exactly in this way. Well, we will try at least, right? VC, right? This is kind of a tricky one. As you know, we don't do captchas, we don't do KYC, we don't do AML, we don't do bullshit. If any VC wants to come in, they are welcome. On general terms, what they do is they just, use exactly the same donation, follow exactly the same steps as any other user, and they come in. I mean, it's as simple as that. So I'm not going to stick on this one as well right now. But yeah, one thing I want to mention is because I did have a few questions in the chat over the past months on, and offline as well. I had people come up to me and say, well, so if I come to you and I give you like $10 million or whatever, so will you sell 50% of your company? Well, what kind of company you want me to sell? Well, this is the first question I ask them, and they say, well, you're a company, you have a company, sell it. Well, no, we don't. And this is the first answer. They're like, well, so how do I invest? Well, you just buy tokens. You just donate, and you get tokens in return. Just as simple as that. So yeah, so nothing really. But yeah, still, I understand that this is important, and it's not like I'm crossing this out. So hopefully I will get to spend some time in Europe to find some VCs that are that prepared to that like what we do and prepared for some smart money. So yeah, there is Cyberfund Classic. Woo! This is right. Yeah. Hi to Cyberfund. Hi Marina. Hi Kostya. Yeah, the got Web3. Yeah. Yeah. So Cyberfund Classic is. Sorry, guys. It's a deep internal joke. It's a deep internal joke, right? So Cyberfund Classic is basically the future. Stop it, guys. Give me 5 minutes. I can do that. Right. So, all of you heard about Y Combinator, right? And we all understand that every kind of protocol or every kind of ecosystem and even some applications need, development. And to develop that, we are gonna, there is actually a document that describes the amount of money that we want to give it and so on and so forth. But the idea is that there is, we ready to fund out of the personal bag of Cyber Congress people that want to build applications on top of cyber. And okay, this is obviously a little bit jump into the future, but I personally believe, well, that kind of feel like a personal task to me, and I really want to make sure that this works out. And I believe that this will make sure that, well, it's one of the things that will make sure that we succeed in the long run. Probably the most important metric right here, and once again, I'm jumping a little bit into the future, but we had some disagreements about that. Eventually, we came to an agreement that this is probably the most important point. I hope. If not, we'll discuss it again. I call it the important generation. A while ago, I spoke to, we have a lot of interviews prepared, guys, seriously. We have so many articles and interviews prepared for the next 2 months that this is really good. We're gonna get some good traction over the next couple of months, and we will continue. This is not like it's a one-off thing. And I spoke to those guys, and obviously I'm gonna say it as a little bit of a joke, but there is truth in every joke. And the guys asked me, what is your target audience? And I was answering jokingly, every single user of the internet. Okay, but can you be more specific? Ha ha ha, lol. I said, well, everybody who is not 18 yet. And he said, well, why not 18? I said, because I can't explain that to you. You're too stupid to understand that. You're too old. Obviously, this is like kind of, like semi-joke, not joke. I'll explain why. There is a younger generation, and we can see already that those guys are hungry for this information. They understand it. They understand what we do. They understand the core values that lay behind our technology. To us, private keys, to most of us, our generations and older generation, a private key will always remain a private key. Some kind of thing that is somewhere there to prove something. For those people, a private key is their fingerprint. If to us a digital print is a digital print, to them it's the soul, right? It's something that it's built into them, right? I mean, have a look at a 2-year-old kid, how he uses his smartphone. And, it doesn't mean we're not targeting anyone else. No, this is like the future. I'm talking about as soon as we prepare our infrastructure, which might take 1-2 years. I don't know how long this will take, right? But whatever. And, we did our initial, big chunk of work, which is probably the most major thing, and the governance is in place and everything else. I believe that the success to this story is, and again, we had some disagreements about it, but we eventually came to an agreement that younger generations are, the way to go forward. They believe in that paradigm that we are fighting for. They fight with us. I mean, go on Reddit. Have a look on the amount of information that the 20th most popular website in the world has, and it's nothing to do with blockchain, that, people understand that, the centralization of services within the internet is really, it sucks, right? So, and people understand that something must be done about it. Right, so then I talk about a little bit in this paper about measurement and success, and there should be a market fit. And, what's a market fit? A market fit, well, it's kind of obvious what a market fit is, but a market fit should also be able to measure retention. A project should also consider that retention measurement should apply to your project needs, wishes, and desires, and C, be able to understand the usefulness of these instruments, those instruments. So here I talk about some other metrics that we can maybe not use right now, but once again, as soon as we're a little bit ahead of ourselves, we can measure them, some per block, some per day, some on-chain, some per month maybe. Once again, this is an initial proposal. There will be governance in place which will decide all of this. This is what we propose. And right, this is just going over the metrics that are there above, role of roadmap, blah, 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 etc., etc. So this is like the main document. I advise you go over it, have a look at it. The second main document, well, there's two other main documents in this folder. One is use cases. Yeah, like there is a little warning, contains personal opinions. So yeah, but a lot of people ask me, what is the use case? So you build a search, so a big deal. You know, there's like 1 million searches out there, and I will come back to this. Actually, I spoke about it yesterday, but I might come back to it today as well. Once again, well, every single document we welcome contributors. I personally welcome contributors, and I'll be happy that a lot of those things I actually wrote from talking to other people, from understanding what people want, from what people see, how they feel, and some use cases that we can speak about right now. Web3 browsers. We already built one. It's called SIB. Hey. And you should understand that SIB isn't just a browser, guys. A browser is a word in the modern language that I don't think SIB has a perfect word to describe it. The reason browser, to me personally, doesn't describe what SIB is capable of. Because for most people, a browser is just an application that lets you search something on the web. And SIB is much more. It's a personal application which will have a ton of inbuilt things about it, personal robots, ability to transact, and so on and so forth. And I don't think a browser can do that, so that's much more than a browser. But anyways, personal robots, personal assistants, database access, basic income. Yeah, this is kind of like aiming big. I believe that we solved the problem of basic income for humanity, seriously. You know, a personal robot can solve two problems: personal data reselling. So if you want to sell your data, fuck you, sell it. You know, it's your problem. This is just one example of how you can, you know, produce basic income. Right now, I'm not saying do that, but this is an example, right? In theory, you could have, you know, trading robots, content robots, oracle mechanism, and you know, like a lot of crazy things which are solved with the use of semantics. And all that can provide you some basic income. And today, this is a world-renowned issue, you know, and this issue goes on for many, many years. Database access, basically, you can talk to God. I mean, I don't know if you ever spoke to God, but you are God. Each one of you is God. And imagine that, you know, for the last 10 years, you've been trading cryptos, I don't know, whatever. You've been just trading, making some trades. You've been reading white papers on trading, and so on and so forth. Now, imagine that you're linking those things. And 10 years later, you come up to the database and you query it. You ask it, hey, what am I doing wrong with my trading? It's been following your trades. This is all your personal information. And it just fucking gives you the answer. Like, hey, are you stupid? You haven't used this and this, whatever. I don't know what you've been doing wrong. So yeah, so that's one thing, one example. This is, you know, just a bit obvious, I think. Gamification, obviously there will be, we want to work on gamification, and there's a lot of things planned that I don't think I'm ready to speak about right now, but they will be. It's not like we don't know, but some things we want to like keep a little bit, you know.
Just say artifacts.
Artifacts, yeah, we'll say one word, artifacts. There will be a lot of, but well, our idea is to create a subculture. And we believe that the people that we target understand what we are doing with this. We think that actually, I had a really interesting conversation with this guy a while ago who was saying, a guy from Microsoft actually, and he's not like, you know, he's like one of the main representatives of Microsoft for Russia and CIS. And this was like a few days ago, and he was saying about how games are the future, and I was saying, well, I think you're missing out one point. Games they are the future, but you have to understand that gaming has become a part of life for people. If you listen to young people speak, they use gaming like slang in between themselves. Not because they're playing, but because they understand that slang. It's built into their minds, and gamification is really important. Education, cyber can easily become the main unbiased and uncontrolled source for any relevant information in the world. Information is dynamic inside cyber. It evolves. It doesn't stop, you know. So a person will have access to relevant information without any intermediary opinions. Once again, you are God. Speak to it. Speak to your own God. Do whatever you want to do. You know, programmable or natural semantics. You can structure search results with the help of CIDR and target specific semantic cores and index apps as you wish if you were a programmer. This is crazy, guys. I mean, right now, if I create an application, I have to trust some search engine or some third party that my application will be indexed the way I want it to be indexed. That's not going to happen, right? And if any of you created applications, it doesn't work that way. This is changing. This changes it. It changes it completely. You choose what you want to be indexed, how you want it to be indexed. Earn rewards with a mistake. Hey. Let's skip that for now. Well, staking is obviously. Intercommunication knowledge graphs, right? Right, guys, all the species on Earth can have a separate knowledge graph, every single species that I know of, they can intake and output an electromagnetic impulse. As far as I know. I'm not aware of any species that can do that. Hence, they can communicate. Therefore, those species are intelligent. Quite simple, right? I mean, intelligence can be described as something really complex, but communication is our core protocol. We speak, communication, we talk communication. Have a look at people in commas. When you have a guy in comma, he's not part of the community anymore. But he can still think. But he can't communicate, and that's the problem. If you cannot communicate, you are not part of the world, right? And it's crazy. So imagine that, we don't want you to talk. We don't think you will be able to speak directly about your day with a mouse. We're not that crazy. Well, maybe. But, all species understand basic behavior mechanism. It could be survival, breeding, fighting, etc., etc., etc. That means that theoretically, if each species have a known knowledge graph, then with the help of second layer semantics and some basic machine learning algorithms, we can create interspecies communication. Yeah, I think, okay. Yeah, I'm sober, by the way. Search actions, right? So have a look at that. We already spoke about it. Offline search, I think we just spoke about it quite a lot. Common tools. Guys, command line tools can rely on relevant and structured answers from a search engine. This is mind-blowing. I'm not even going to talk about it. Just seriously, you can search from within the CLI. I mean, how cool is that? Like, you don't need to go anywhere. That's out of anywhere. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, autonomous robots, right? We again have a look at what I've described: language convergence. And this is Dima's idea. I really like this. I personally didn't think about this one myself. Guys, the talk about unified language has been ongoing for as long as we know ourselves. If we can create, a unified language that nobody should think about what language they're using, not a programmer, not a user, then, well, that's it, we're done. You have a language that is, used. Again, the semantic core is open, so, it's a competition, it's a competitive market, but it can be done, it can be achieved. Self-prediction and risk management. And a universal oracle, and a universal emotional mechanism. Right, guys, this is crazy things. Again, I'm not going to go over it because I'm going to take too long, but I'm going to just skip that. Proof of location, proof of Web3, agents.
Explain better about proof of location and geo-tagging searches.
Okay, about proof of location, it's possible to construct cyberlinks with proof of location. What's proof of location? If you know how foam works, right? So basically you have beaks. I'm not sure if that's the right English word. Beaks, right? So beacons, yeah, sorry. That are, physical beacons, obviously, yeah. That are interconnected in a mesh. So, well, presumably in a mesh. It doesn't have to be a mesh, I presume, but it's an example. They can prove a location. You can make sure that a location actually exists and something happened at this point of place and in time in that location. So consequently, location-based search can also become provable if a Web3 agents will mine triangulations. Triangulation, we're talking about 1, 2, 3 beacons. And attach a proof of location for every linked chain. So basically, you have a hash that searches for a certain thing and proves that something happened in these triangulations, right? So you can prove, and it's quite crazy. But I advise you. I mean, I'm not gonna it's a bit hard to explain in 2 minutes. But have a look at Foam. It's a really interesting project, and they're they're Tendermint based as well. So I'm hoping that we're gonna have, when IBC comes, a lot of things are gonna change. So yeah. Anyways, proof of Web3 agent, natural anthropology. Guys, if this thing grows, you know, I had an article a while ago, and to my personal opinion, centralization has actually stopped us from evolving naturally, and it stopped anthropological evolvement because we have borders, and you cannot choose where you're born. You cannot choose what kind of passport you have in your pocket. So when we have a border, that means that anthropology does not evolve naturally. That means that sociology does not evolve naturally. That means that psychology doesn't evolve naturally, education, and so on and so forth. If we can connect to like-minded people with, you know, you're linking things. Imagine you have a second layer of semantics while you're linking. Let's say you're feeling happy when you're linking one thing, cyberlinking one thing, and you're feeling sad when you're cyberlinking another thing. And then you want to find like-minded people. And then you tell that machine, find me somebody who thinks that this means happiness and this means sadness. I don't know, whatever, right? I mean, it sounds crazy, but guys, this is actually possible. And that means that anthropology can change. Okay, I mean, we can't change borders, unfortunately, but we will work on that as well. So obviously, this leads us to amazing social networks. Motivation for read request, I'm gonna skip for now. It's a bit complicated. Prediction markets on link relevance and beyond. You can make prediction markets on everything. I love prediction markets, guys, seriously. I mean, I love, if any of you heard of holographic consensus, we don't have that in here, but I will really, when I will experiment personally with the governance, I would like to get the community to like what it means. And I hope that the community will support this. But anyways, you can have prediction markets on anything. Why prediction markets? Prediction market, if you think about it, is the most correct and probably the only example of open market interaction between two different agents. Because it's real, it's honest, it doesn't have a black box, it's straightforward, and it's probably the only example of such an interaction today, at least the way I can see that. Also, you know, you can have like prediction markets for semantics. That's a bit crazy, but you know, yeah, but hey. Anyway, so this is another file. If everything that I just said sounds a bit mental, there is a third file in here. It's called the LE5 fuck. Explain it like I'm 5 frequently asked questions. And my attempt here is, there's about 100 questions in this file. And my attempt here is to explain to a user that has never heard about blockchain or Web3, what is this thing that we do here? And I'm starting with things like, what's wrong with Google? Why now? Why search? Aren't there any important problems to solve? You know, blah, 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 and so on, like a comparison that the guys did. So basically then like high-level IT explanations, what's a hash? What's a distributed technologies? What is a consensus? What's a Merkle tree? You know, what's a blockchain? So once again, if you're not familiar with those things, go here. And my idea wasn't to use technical language. My idea was to use very, 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 very plain language and explain those things. What's bandwidth? What's Sybil resistance? So on and so forth. Obviously, when I've spoke about those things, the document later on explains about cyber. Why cyber? What is CID? What's Dura? How are cyberlinks different? Is linking that important? I'm going to stop here. I'm going to read this out to you because I think that this is really important. Guys, hyperlinks shaped the internet, Web 2, Web 1, right? And even, well, there was no before that. They have built the internet. We base our knowledge, our political, economic, educational decisions on the internet. We learn from Google. Google is our father, teacher, source of knowledge, social life, and so on and so forth. How can you trust the internet if it was shaped by something that itself was untrusted? Have you ever thought about it? I mean, you trust in the internet, which was built by hyperlinks, but hyperlinks are untrusted. You know, I was given a speech a few weeks ago at a place, and before the beginning of the speech, there was a couple of guys in the room, and I really like the idea that, you know, a comparison from the guys that Google is the most successful religion. I can actually prove that, by the way, but nonetheless. And when I said that to the guys, that Google is a religion, they were like, no, it's not. And I was like, well, why not? Can you explain to me why you don't think so? And they're like, well, because it's not the most successful. Obviously not. So I said, well, so how many users does Christianity have? I'm like, well, let me check. And and I said, are you going on Google right now? He said, yeah. I'll rest my case. I'll rest my case. Seriously, guys. Like, you know, by the way, about proof, like, I don't want to offend anyone, so my apologies if I do. Google has 85 million active users, users per month. There are 7 billion people on Earth. If I'm not mistaken, about 30%, about 30 to 40% are Christian. So if we want to count active users, we need to count the amount of churches and the amount of average amount of people that visit churches once per week, because that's what they do. So that's the average user of Christianity. Compares to 85 billion, I think Google wins. So, you know, I'm not even going to talk about it. So once again, yeah, so talking about cyber, you know, what are some basic use cases once again? What is cyber page? What is SIB? What is cyber virus? How do I become a validator? And, you know, Kirill has already explained that, so let's skip that. All the economy, how many tokens? What does each token do? What are distribution games? What is cyber auction? What are the testnet tokens? The gifts, what's Urbit? What's Ethereum? What's Cosmos? Why those particular communities? I'm going to stop here for a second. Well, the reason that we want to do it is to help the network gain traction, obviously, right? I mean, we're not going to hide that. But we want to increase the initial network participation as well. Because a network with 2 participants or with 1 participant is kind of not really a network, is it? It's a bit of a, I don't know what to call it, but it's not a network anyways. It's a standalone. This will help to increase participation and give more participants the ability to engage in the protocol. Like I said yesterday, we have over 1 million users in the Ethereum gift, right? So that's like 1 million users. By the way, the argument that a user can have more than 1 account doesn't really stand here, because if it has a private key, it's a separate user, guys. Each of those accounts has a separate private key. So what? So 10 of them belong to the same person. So what? This is a person in this life, but not in the digital realm. Those are 10 separate entities, guys. So that's 1 million accounts that I think that we have. We think that those communities are, you know, the largest developer community, the most innovative community, and the most promising community. So if we can manage to get them involved, and this is why we did the gift, I think that we will, you know, all be in a win-win situation here. Governance, cyber. Why so many cyber? Yeah, you know. What about crawlers? Why do we have a white paper? Yes, we do. Hey, we do. Are you Satoshi? No, we don't. No, we aren't. You know, we wish and we don't wish, because, you know, we wish we were so smart, but we don't really want to be Satoshi. That's the kind of silly, you know, that would the whole destroy idea. Why are we so geeky? Because geeky is cool. Just simple as that, you know. How do you contact you? You use our GitHub, the forum. I will show it to you in a second. Why open source? I already talked about it. Does it work? Yes. Just simple as that. It works, right? How do I join? Once again, we already spoke about it, but basically, you should play the game of links. And, you know, we're going to release those videos as standalone videos in a couple of weeks. And there is already a lot of information on the game of links. What's an ICO? What's Gitcoin? Why don't you have... Is this religious? Yeah, by all means it is. Yeah, fuck yeah. It's the most anti-religious techno-religion in the world, guys. Yeah, so take it in or, you know, just leave it. Are we crazy? Yeah. You know, I think you have to be a little bit genius, a little bit crazy to do what we do. And, you know, yeah. Is this AI related? By all means, guys, this is AI related. This is an AI. As soon as it's going to have 146 validators and, you know, I don't know, like 10, 50, 100 users, this is an AI. This is a fucking AI, man. And it's going to work. Yeah, about the ledger. Can you build something on top of cyber? Well, yeah, you should. It's not like it's not a question. It's not a question. You just should go and do it. You know, this is why I spoke about CyberFun Classic. Hi, Marina. Hi, Costa. Some links to check out here. Yeah. Again, in this folder, by the way. So instead of like me going right now all the things that I open here in it's Google Chrome. Yes, it is great. there is, you can see that there is like a backlog where I write all the crazy ideas that might be sometimes involved later. The communities folder, for example, here you can see what we are trying to do with Urbit. There is like a whole proposal here for Urbit, what we want to achieve. We want to have an Urbit SIB wrapper, cyber wrapper, that will allow you to view the balance, manage the keys, send, receive tokens, sign transactions, allow for remote procedure calls, for example, viewing the blocks and so on and so forth. Create cyberlinks, obviously. It's kind of obvious, right? So yeah, so we're still looking for somebody that is ready to do this. So if you're watching this and you know Hoon, you are welcome to contact me. Media, I've started. This is really new. It's going to contain all the media links that there is profiles. So if you ever look, I'm not saying that we develop all of those, because it's crazy to develop every single profile on the internet. But I'm collecting here like every single forum that I post on, or every single, like, you know, I don't know, YouTube channel, Bitcoin Talk, NVIDIA, Cosmos Forum, Cosm Awesome List, Cosmonaut World, subreddits, IPFS Discuss, Aragon Wiki, by the way, I don't know if you knew that, we are on Aragon Wiki, let's have a look. So if you go on Aragon, that's the wiki, the projects, yep, right here, cyber, yeah. For example, if you go on the, let me go back, if you go on the Cosmonaut World website, once again, yeah, cyber #1, great, great, great. So yeah, the same thing I'm doing with the media thing, because I believe that, you know, people should be able to find really easily and really simply all the media connections and all the profiles that we do. There is the info about Gitcoin. It's quite obvious. Even events. There is like a folder called events, and there's a file called off track. Off track because events are good, but they put you off track. So that's why I call it off track. And oops. This is like the type of events that is planned or done, including online, offline events. So you can see what I'm doing. This is talking about my personal work, by the way. So I'm not including the events that, this is just to track me. So you can track me. Yeah. Roadmap, I really haven't done it yet, sorry. So yeah, it's not ready. Cyber Forum, let me just mention Cyber Forum. We have a forum. We haven't really spent a lot of time on it, but I think it's changed over the past couple of 3-4 months. I'm not sure, whatever. Right when we opened it, you need a GitHub account to register. Why? Well, because you should be cool to be able to use the forum. If you have a GitHub account, you're cool. If you don't, then you're not. You know, so. Yeah, you know, just simply, guys, everything is very simple. Guys, it's a filter, right? And it's not like we don't welcome somebody who doesn't, but we have a Telegram channel for that. You don't have a GitHub account, you welcome on our GitHub. Well, you need a GitHub account to be on GitHub shit. You're welcome to our Telegram channel. It's fuck Google, surprise, surprise, on Telegram. Yeah, you didn't expect that, did you? So yeah, so here we discuss different things. So for example, Kirill mentioned when he was doing the infrastructure talk about EULA 5, game of links. You can find the rules here. Well, link to the rules. You could find poetry here. Techno poetry. This is by user, by the way. It's not by us. Discussion about the evolution of the philosophy. I mean, there's some crazy things here. So if you can't find where to fit it, put it on the forum. It will take it. Trust me, it will keep it. This is the website, Cyber Congress AI. Quite obvious. You have the docs, the forum link, the blog link. Yeah, by the way, blog. Yeah. Once again, all of those things are in the profiles on GitHub. But yeah, you could see here, for example, the game of links. And a few people have asked me today and yesterday, where can I read the rules? Well, over here. Why black? Because black is cool. You know, why not? You have a link to cyber page. Oh, no, I didn't want to press that. I already have that open. This is the main interface. Awesome, isn't it? Right? I mean, what else do you need? You know, minimalism. Right, if you press on the robot, it's not very obvious, but we will have, we had a question a while ago about user manuals. Guys, we will do that, but not right now. It's not it's not the goal right now to create user manuals.
Please tell about why I of Cyber is
Go on, you tell me.
I can tell you.
Go on, tell me.
When IPFS node will be in the app, it will just signal that
So the question,
it's connected to the network.
I'm gonna repeat that so people hear it. So the question was, why is the little dot here red? So the reason is because the IPFS node is not connected. When it's connected, it goes green. Right, so if you press on this thing here, why is it not? It's because he has the, wait, let me go back. Pocket. Oh yeah, okay, well, yeah, just go on it. When you press on it, what you get is you get the, I'm not sure why it doesn't work. I think it's because, because it's not my computer, so I don't want to like open things that I don't know. Sorry guys, but if you go on Cyberpage, it works. We showed it before. You have, you will have here even governance things. You have all the information about the links. You have information about the amount of validators and so on and so forth. We have a Twitter account. It's not, whoa, look at that, this is perfect. How we have the same amount of followers and following. I just realized that. Hey, cool. By the way, you know what? I'm actually really well, you know, I mean, those are like because we've been quiet over the past like 2 days because of work, but I think that it's not really bad for like, it's live. We're not using botnets, you know. I don't like all those projects that they have like 5,000 followers and 1 like. It's kind of like stupid to me, I think. Oh, wow, I'm going on Ales's Twitter. Let's open his messages. Yeah, back to our CyberDevs account. Yeah, so I try to tweet once per couple of days. Sometimes I miss, sometimes I don't. But you can see that actually it's not you know, we have retweets and it's not just from the team. We have quite a few interesting followers, I believe. By the way, we were, for example, have a look at this. For example, this is IPFS blog, and a few weeks ago we were, excuse me, they listed us on IPFS Weekly as one of the most interesting things that happens outside in the wild, as they say. Where is that? Where is that? I missed it.
There's tools and projects and the third one.
Where is it? I missed it. There we go. IPFS in the wild. And here we have some, yeah, no, I found it. Yeah. I found it, I found it.
Here, I saw also like here.
Oh, that's another one. Nice. I miss that, guys. It's hard to explain simply what it is. I love that. That's really funny. Let's press that. Where does it lead to? I go to the website. Yeah, it's hard to explain what it is. Well, it's not. Go to the... So what you do is you go on here. You open daily 5FAQ and you read it. And then you're really clever. We have a subreddit. It's not really been used as of now. I've started to use it like really recently. Like once again, I'm more concentrated on some other subreddits. I'm not gonna like name all of them right now, but well, usually I try to always post some major news on our subreddit, which is really, it's really new, really. Like there's almost, you can see there's only 11 members here. And, but I try to use other subreddits because that gets us more traction right now, and that's more important, okay. Once again, it's on my computer, so I'm pressing buttons and it's not working. Anyways, yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm not really sure. I mean, it's not it. Actually, there's a lot more to it, but the thing is, I'm not sure that it's really, you know, convenient now to explain every single bit of the ecosystem. The point of the ecosystem is to connect all the dots together. This is my view of it. Once again, every work that I do, 99.9% of it is here. So have a look at it, check it out. If you can't find me, then I think you've misread some of the manuals that I wrote, because like my Telegram, my GitHub account, my, well, all of the things that I do are public, so it's really easy to contact me. Yeah, that's it, guys. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you. Switch me off, guys. Yeah, hi. No! Hey! You've missed me. Yeah, that's it, guys. No, seriously, guys. What we did over the past 2 days was really important for us as a team. Tomorrow we will have an internal meeting to go over all of those things. And if you're still watching this, you're crazy. You probably should go outside and set up your own node and link stuff already instead of watching us. But if you are, then well, I don't know what to say to you. Yeah, that's it. I really hope that you guys watch those videos. Once again, we will separate them into standalone videos. We'll make really cool content from it. And see you. Bye. Thank you. Yeah.